is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are so.
April in the ATL continues at Turner Field this afternoon. 30 games in 30 days for the Braves and Atlanta Hawks. And perhaps today will be the day for Atlanta. They're hoping to play some sweet music and earn their first victory of the year against the suddenly resurgent St. Louis Cardinals. Hi again, friends. Along with the sharp-dressed man, Joe Simpson, I'm Chip Carey. Welcome to the ballpark, where just moments ago some big news came across the wire, and it's not good news on the injury front for the Braves.
I think a lot of it had to do with the upcoming weather that's going to happen in Washington, Chip, and that has to do with Ender Inciarte, who had a strained hamstring hit him on Friday trying to leg out this infield hit in his first at bat against the Cardinals. He had to come out of the game right there, has not played since, and with this cold weather, the risk of him re-injuring that is pretty high. In the meantime, the Braves checking it out in Gwinnett. Malik Smith was in the lineup originally but was scratched, so we'll see how that plays out. No announcement yet as to Inciarte's replacement.
And we will have a good ball game today. Williams Perez for the Braves, Adam Wainwright for the Cardinals. Cloudy day in Atlanta. We'll get to Braves Cardinals baseball with the lineup some more after this.
Atlanta Braves baseball is presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. Hyundai Sunday on Fox Sports South is presented by your local Hyundai dealers.
Another cool day in the ATL. Hopefully Atlanta's offense and, more importantly, defense will heat up against Mike Matheny's Cardinal Ball Club, which has won the first 2 games of this series. The Cardinals have a couple of youngsters back in there, with Mr. Hazelbaker already having a very good series. He's in the outfield again for the Redbirds, and they will face Williams Perez, who finished last season in fine fashion on the mound.
His splits, not a whole lot unlike those of Matt Whistler, in that he's had a little trouble with lefties, but Williams has a good sinker. He's got an excellent changeup. Hopefully those will serve him well today. 7-6 last year in 20 starts for the Braves.
Cardinal third baseman Matt Carpenter the first to greet him. Carpenter 3 for 8 in this series. And Perez off to a good start with a called strike. 55 degrees in Atlanta at first pitch. This will feel like Palm Beach weather compared to Washington, where we head next. Nationals had a game postponed last night because of cold weather with the Marlins. They're scheduled to get started in just a few minutes in the series wrap up today. Two balls and a strike for Carpenter, who had 28 homers last year. He has 9 career leadoff homers, so you have to be aware of that.
Walks and errors last night. That was a big part of the ball game. Braves walked 9 batters, made 3 errors, 3 wild pitches, added up to a big time loss. So don't start the day with another walk right here.
And Carpenter fouled a fastball straight back, full count. In fairness, I thought one of those errors should be changed. The one to Nick Markakis that was lost in the lights. Nick and Stubs, yes, had a little miscommunication, but still a tough play. The Cardinals would like to see that change from an error to a triple. We'll see if that indeed takes place. Full count pitch, and Carpenter sprays one toward left, and Hector Oliveira in foul ground is there, and Carpenter is retired to start the game. 1 out.
Time for the Ford Keys to pitching success today for Williams Perez, who's 24 years old, 6'1", 240. Number 1, no freebies. Well, he took care of that there on the 3-2 count to Carpenter. Don't put any guys on today. And quick innings. The walks and the long innings last night, I think, contributed to the errors and the defensive play all around for the Atlanta Braves. Quicker innings keeps the defenders on their toes.
Hazelbaker, a little comebacker, and Perez will make short work of him with a strike to first. And there's the second out. Atlanta could obviously use a good start from Williams Perez tonight. They'd like to take him, or have him take the game deep today. The Braves bullpen has been used a lot in these first 4 games, and they did make a change in the bullpen. Chris Withrow has been brought up, and John Gant was sent back down to AAA Gwinnett. Withrow is here in uniform and ready to go if called upon. Here's Stephen Piscotty, Cardinal right fielder, takes a strike.
We'll see Gann again. Last 2 innings, he struck out the side each time. It's just that he gave up a couple of runs in each of those innings too. Williams Perez finished with a flourish last year, much like Whistler, much like Tehran. His last 5 starts, he was undefeated, an ERA in the 2s.
Broken bat, Piscotty to third. Adonis with a bare hand made a beautiful play.
That's more like it.
3 outs on 10 pitches. One of the Ford Keys came true for Williams Perez in the top of a scoreless first. And there's some good defense to help out the Atlanta cause. Braves are coming up next. Can get things started for the Braves in the first inning. He's been moved into the leadoff spot now that Ender Inciarte has been placed on the disabled list. You see the rest of the Atlanta lineup. Tough hombre, former Brave Adam Wainwright goes to the post for the Cardinals. When he's right, Joe, he is one of the best in the business.
No doubt about it. 34 years old now, 6'7", 235 out of St. Simons Island, Georgia. 10 starts in his career against his club that signed him back in 2000, and he's had great numbers. 8-2, 4-1 in 8 games here at Turner Field.
And this is the final game the Cardinals will play in the history of Turner Field. And how apropos is it that it's Adam Wainwright getting the start for the Cardinals? Eric Ibar leads off. He's 3 for 15 at the plate to start the year, and Wainwright's first is taken low. 1 ball, no strikes. And that's slapped toward left, and it'll get down for a leadoff hit. So Wainwright immediately to the stretch.
Fastball, sinker. Eric stayed right on it, broke his bat, but got a base hit out of it. Adam doesn't throw as hard as he once did, but he's still 89-92. Cuts his fastball, sinks it down and away from lefties. Still has an outstanding curveball, an occasional slider and changeup.
Adam said he was really displeased with his mechanics after his opening start against the Pittsburgh Pirates. He gave up 3 runs in those 6 innings. As Markakis greets him with a shot towards center. Hazel Baker going back, still going. That's over his head. It's off the base of the wall. Here comes Ibar around third. He's going to score, and the Braves have back-to-back hits and a 1-0 lead. That ball jumped.
Well, after last night, it looks like the Braves came out today with a little blood in their eyes. Fastball out away from Nick. He got extended, and a good read here by Ibar, who didn't hesitate. He could tell the ball was over Hazel Baker's head and never slowed down. Good start.
The Braves have ambushed Adam Wainwright, and Freddie Freeman is the batter. Freddie's 2 for 13 on the year. And outside, the biggest concern Wainwright said he had after a start was he wasn't using his lower body as much as he would like. He said there were 4 or 5 mechanical issues that he wanted to correct in between starts. We'll see if they work. Right now he's down a run, and they'll tie a strike, evens it up.
Well, he's still not even at the 12-month mark removed from his Achilles injury. It's on his left foot, left ankle, his landing foot.
Still amazing to me that Wainwright and Jason Grilli have come back as quickly as they have from their respective Achilles injuries.
It's amazing that he was pitching before the season ended last year. I don't know if he should have been, but that's a pretty remarkable turnaround in less than 6 months.
Molina with a nice stop. We wondered last night if Mike Matheny was going to have Molina play the day game after the night game. The answer to that, you betcha.
And I think it has to do with Wainwright. I think he wants to be back there for Adam's starts, and Adam wants him there. See if Freddie can pull the ball and get Nick over to third. Good spoiler.
Ibar with a soft single to left. Markakis with a double to straightaway center. And now Freeman bats with another 2-2 count. Laid off that tantalizing pitch. 3-2.
It's a good hook. One of the better ones in the National League.
Adonis Garcia, then Hector Olivera to follow for the Braves, looking for win number 1 today. And that's tipped and caught by Molina. Freddie Freeman is struck out for the 6th time in his first 14 at bats this year.
It's a lot for him, but he can go in those stretches. Just happens to be here at the beginning of the year. Good job by Wainwright, keeping him from advancing the base runner.
Out of play, foul.
Wainwright was injured before the Braves played the Cardinals, and the only time they saw him last year was when he was attempting to come back. He pitched in a couple of relief appearances at the end of the year. So Adonis has only seen him 1 time, 0 for 1.
Ice cold, man, ice cold.
And the real oddity for Wainwright's injury, it didn't come while he was pitching. It didn't really come, it seemed, from swinging the bat. It came from Adams starting, then stopping, and then starting again, trying to run toward first base out of the batter's box. There's that hook. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah, it was a swing and a pop up, and he lost track of the baseball. And then when he saw that it might drop fair, he started to take off, and that's when he tore it.
A little low. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Adams won 20 games or more twice. He's won 19 games twice. Finished high in the Cy Young voting 4 times.
Good patience by Garcia. Full count to him now. And he takes ball 4. That sets up a double play chance for the Cardinals defense. And Hector Olivera is the batter. First walk for Wainwright today. Here's what happened to Adam Wainwright last April for the Cardinals.
It was in Milwaukee. Pop up, where'd it go? There it is. And right there, when he dropped his left foot back to take off, snapped that Achilles.
That was a devastating injury for the Cardinals. It seemed at the time. It was like, uh-oh. Well, all they did was win 100 with a lot of key injuries, not just to Adam Wainwright, but Matt Adams, Matt Holliday, and others. As this ball is bounced towards second. There's 1. There's 2. They pitched around Garcia, got the ground ball, and Adam Wainwright pitches out of further trouble. Back-to-back hits start the game for Atlanta. Nick Markakis with his 3rd RBI drives home Eric Ibar, and the Braves have scored first.
lead over the Cardinals in Game 3 here in Turner Field. Now, fans, I was able to talk to fan favorite Frenchie in the clubhouse before the game, kind of talking to him about the mindset of what's in the clubhouse right now after a rough start. And his message to you guys was take a deep breath. Don't panic. 3 out of the 4 games, we were in it. We could have won them. He's seeing good things from this team, and he wants everybody to just calm down and be optimistic, guys.
Well, we'll certainly do that, Kelsey, and Jeff does have a point. I'm not suggesting that this is going to happen this year, but remember the 2012 team started 0-4 and they ended up winning 94 games. So let's everybody catch their breath, and a win would certainly take a little bit of that anxious feeling away from everybody around the ball club.
They started 5-0 last year and only won 67 games. It works in mysterious ways, Chip.
Yes, it does. Well said.
It's a hard game to figure.
Got to play them one at a time. As Brandon Moss, native of Monroe, Georgia, lives in Loganville, leads off the St. Louis second. Williams Perez got him an order in the first, and that has been a rare treat for the Braves pitching staff against the Cardinals in this series.
Well, it's only the 6th time in the series that they've gone 1-2-3. Whistler had 4 of them.
And Moss was hit by that pitch. So there goes the 1-2-3 opportunity. Moss plunked, and Matt Adams the batter.
Breaking ball just chased him. Hurt right on the instep.
Here's Adams. Adams 1 for 10 to start the year with 6 strikeouts. That's something that does have Mike Matheny concerned just a bit. The Cardinals struck out an awful lot against the Pittsburgh Pirates in the 3-game series. And they have not played good defense at all. Uncharacteristically, the Cardinals have 9 errors in their first 5 games. And they have had infield defensive issues big time. Jerko 2 errors in the first inning the other day. Diaz, the young shortstop, with 2. Colton Wong's committed 2. Adams had 1 on a routine play last night. So that's something the Cardinals have to tighten up. And frankly, the Braves too.
Well, the Cardinals are the only team with more errors than the Braves. Atlanta has 6, 3 last night.
Strike 3. Adams was looking for something else. That was right down Capitol Avenue.
Fastball too.
And that was the other part of the strikeout total for the Cardinals. A lot of them were just like that, caught looking strikeouts.
Good pitch, good start for Williams. Maybe he can get a ground ball.
Yadier Molina hitting 200 and 2 RBIs. Runner goes, and Molina skies it out of play, foul. Moss will go back to first.
Working a little hit and run there. Big hole on the right side for Molina. And really, with that surgically repaired left thumb, you kind of wonder if he can even turn on the ball at all. The hit he has in this series was to right field, solid.
This one hit toward right, but in the air for Jace Peterson. He backpedals and puts it away for the second out. And Colton Wong is coming up. He's had a terrific series. He's 4 for 9 and has reached base in every game so far for the Cardinals.
Good on base percentage, 6 for 18, couple of walks. Might see him move up near the top of the order, maybe bat behind Carpenter when they go home.
Cardinals will open on Monday against Milwaukee.
Forecast is rain
Perfect.
tomorrow. Then they have an off day to account for maybe any bad weather, so they might be able to start their series if it does rain it out. Maybe they can start Tuesday.
Long drives one toward left center, and Stubs on the run, got there and makes a long running catch to retire the side. Cardinals waste a leadoff walk. Home second coming up. Braves with an early lead. Catch the third and final out of the Cardinals' second inning.
Well, he was thinking that this ball was hit closer to the left fielder, which it was, but Oliveira is not making any effort for it. He's kind of gliding over there hoping that Stubs makes the play, and I think Stubs was having a chat with Bo Porter, the outfielder coach, and saying, good idea to take whatever you can get running that direction. See Drew right here looking at the left fielder and realizing that Oliveira is not even looking at the baseball. Oliveira was watching Drew.
Swing and a miss by Tyler Flowers, who starts the second inning for the Braves. He's 1 for 3 with an RBI so far. If just joining us, news right before the ball game. Ender Inciarte placed on the disabled list. The Braves don't want to take any chances with cold weather coming up in Washington of him more seriously injuring his hamstring that he pulled here a couple of days ago. No corresponding roster move has been announced by Atlanta yet. We hope to know more by the end of the ball game. That's outside, 3 balls and a strike. Wainwright not right yet.
Well, you mentioned the mechanical issues he thought he was having in Pittsburgh. Maybe Molina just noticed something and went out to tell him. Nobody knows him like Yadier.
But as you mentioned, 2 20-win seasons, 2 19-win seasons. Wainwright knows how to pitch. And we saw evidence of that in the first inning. He pitched around Garcia and figured he could get Oliveira to hit the ball on the ground to end the Braves rally. And he limited the damage to 1 first inning run. And ball 4 to Flowers. Second walk for Wainwright. And a good start.
Well, let's face it. He didn't make a start at the end of the year after the injury. Pittsburgh was the first start since the injury. This is the second. He made some starts in spring training. They were nothing to write home about. Gave up runs, I think, in every outing except for one. So he's still trying to iron out a lot of things, I think, getting back.
And I don't know. I would have to ask Adam this after the game, but I wonder if in the back of his mind there's still some uncertainty as to, is the left Achilles all right? It's human nature to think something bad might happen, right?
Tim Hudson told us last night it took a long time, that first season back from his broken ankle, to trust it that it was okay, like half a season.
One-0 pitch. Jace took a change for a strike.
With all due respect to Jason Grilli, he's not near what he was before he got hurt. I think he wants to be. Well, of course he wants to be, and in his mind he thinks he is, but I don't think he's the same guy yet. It's going to still take some outings.
Breaking ball hammered towards second, bobbled for a moment. Cardinals get one, and that's it. That ball was smoked right at Colton Wong, and that momentary lapse cost the Cardinals Greg Garcia a chance to complete the double play, but they get the lead runner.
Yeah, and this is the kind of defensive mistake that doesn't go in the book as an error, but it adds up for pitchers who have to make more pitches, maybe give up some runs after what should have been a double play ball. And that's been happening to the Braves as well.
Here's Stubbs. Drew's 1 for 7. And that's launched foul out of play for a strike. Another transaction was interesting today for Atlanta. Remember Emilio Bonifacio, a man the Braves signed this offseason. He was a very late roster cut in spring training. The Braves have re-signed Emilio to a minor league deal. And Bonifacio is on his way to Gwinnett.
Well, that presents an interesting question to me. When they cut him from spring training, they owed him all of his contract, was somewhere around $1.25 million. When they re-sign him to a minor league contract, did they negotiate a new deal on top of the other one?
Yeah, if he comes back, does he get major league minimum?
Yeah.
How does that work?
I don't know.
I think the same applies to, not the same, Nick Swisher was signed by the Yankees to a minor league contract the other day. He's down in Tampa, but he's got a guarantee, and there would be a proration of the minimum salary with the Yankees and Braves.
Right.
So in his case, he can't double dip. So no John Coppola's watching the game, the Braves general manager. Coppy, we would love an answer to that. That's a good question. Two strikes to Stubbs. A little too high.
Wainwright wanted that.
There's the curve, but it missed. Wainwright, 31 pitches, 16 strikes. So he is feeling his way along here in the early innings. In a ballpark where, as Joe mentioned, Adam has had terrific success. He's never allowed more than 3 earned runs in any game he's pitched as a member of the Cardinals here at Turner Field. He's gone full again. A lot of deep counts. Braves doing a good job of working over Wainwright. Runner goes. It's up and away. Ball 4. So Stubs walks. Jace Peterson at second. Cardinals' inability to turn the double play might lead to a big inning. Now Williams Perez bats.
He walked 3 in the start at Pittsburgh. Gave up 6 hits and 3 runs in 6 innings. Also hit a batter.
And now the man with 2 last names gets his first at bat on the year, Williams Perez. He was 2 for 28 last year and takes a strike. The bunt back to the mound. Wainwright will throw to first. Good sacrifice. Runners second and third for Ibar. 2 out. We thought the Braves pitching staff did a much better job last season of handling the bat, getting bunts down, helping themselves. Perez successful on his first try.
That was great. Braves were much improved in that department last year, as you suggested, and that's a good effort there by Perez to help himself.
So how about a 2-out hit? Braves so far 6 for 22 with runners in scoring position this season. Ibar scored the game's first run on Nick Markakis's first inning double. Hazelbaker is very shallow in center field.
Sure is. Moss likewise in left, not too deep.
That's toward left. And a nice running catch by Moss, playing shallow, saved the day. Cardinals had Ibar positioned well, and Wainwright pitches around a couple of second inning walks.
Into the third now. Chip and Joe mentioned earlier that outfielder Malik Smith was scratched from the lineup down in AAA. Now I want to tell you a little bit about his season so far. He was 6 for 15 with 2 doubles, a triple, and 5 runs scored. But last night, guys, he had a hot bat going 4 for 5 at the dish. There is no official word from the Braves. We definitely will keep an eye out for you.
Thanks, Kelsey. Yeah, he's off to a red-hot start, and the Braves, when they announced that Inciarte went on the DL, said that a corresponding move would be made either after the game today or in the morning from Washington. No official announcement on who the replacement might be on the roster. There's a lot of speculation out there, and certainly when Malik Smith is scratched from the Gwinnett lineup today, there's a lot of speculation about that, but nothing official.
So if we find out before the game ends, we will certainly endeavor to let you know. As Greg Garcia leads off for the Cardinals. His grandpa's Dave Garcia, 95 years old. Managed the California Angels and the Cleveland Indians. And his grandpa was born right across the river from St. Louis in East St. Louis, Illinois.
Is that right? Mm-hmm. Boy, what a fine man. Played against his teams on many occasions, including the Winter Leagues down in Mexico. Just a great person.
That's not what Williams Perez wanted to do. He walked the 8th place hitter in front of Wainwright in a 1-run game. Now Adam will try to lay down a bunt.
198 career hitter with 6 homers.
I thought you made a great comment about Adam Wainwright last night as Perez gets ready. And you're right. One that got away.
Yeah. You know, though, at the time when the Braves made that deal, and I know there were some scouts that were arguing against it because of what Adam had been doing, and he'd worked his way all the way up to Double-A for the Braves at that point at a young age.
There's the bunt. It's perfect, and Perez applies the tag. No trouble for Wainwright getting down the line. Successful sacrifice.
35 and 26 in the minor leagues for the Braves. But the Braves got a good player in return in J.D. Drew, who had a really good year for the Braves the one year he played for them. But he was a pending free agent. Braves were unable to sign him. Had they been able to ink J.D. Drew, it might have been, you might look upon the trade a little differently.
Right. Braves, I'm sure, were thinking Georgia boy playing in Atlanta. A lot of enticing things about Turner Field with the Braves pitching staff. It just didn't work out that way. And frankly, those are the kinds of deals you want to make. You want to get quality, but give quality too. And in the long run, yes, the Cardinals have reaped much more of a benefit with Adam Wainwright than the Braves did with J.D. Drew.
He was not the only player that went to St. Louis. Ray King, left-handed reliever, and Jason Marquis also went to St. Louis for J.D. Drew and Eli Marrero.
Matt Carpenter flying out his first time. Another Cardinal that's enjoyed hitting in this park. Braves have him played as an opposite field hitter. Big gap in right center. That's fouled off. Flowers at the plate. 0-2. Oliveira camped out about 10 yards off the line and left as that one pops away from Flowers, and Garcia moves up on a ball in the dirt. And it's a wild pitch. Braves have had a handful of those to start the year.
3 last night. Breaking ball, went down to block it, and it goes off his arm.
That's the 6th wild pitch in 5 games.
Matt Carpenter, to me, is a leadoff hitter only once a game. The rest of the game, he's a run producer.
He's behind in the count. Infield creeps in. And strike three right under the golden bat on the front of the Cardinal jersey. Another called third strike, and he didn't like it. They are taking a ton of strike threes in the first week.
High fastball, top of the zone. Sherwin-Williams painting the corners right at the top. Looked like a good call from Mark Wegner.
Now the infield can back up for Jeremy Hazelbaker. 751 career minor league games before he's been given his shot with the Cardinals. And all he's done is rack up 4 hits in his first 11 bats with a couple of homers.
Both of Perez's strikeouts looking on fastballs. He's got good life today. Ball's moving. That was 92.
Hey, you look at Williams' year last year and you say, okay, went 7-6 with a high ERA, but he had runs of 2, 3, 4 starts in a row a couple of times where he might have been the best Braves starting pitcher.
There is a lot of a big microscope on the back end of the rotation. The 4 and 5 guy, nobody knew who that was going to be coming out of spring training for a long time. Chacin was sent to Gwinnett. Here is Williams today. He knows there's an opportunity to fill a spot, and it looks like he's ready for it. Not only did he go 3-0 over his last 5 starts, but his last 2 here at Turner Field, he went 2-0 with an 0.77 ERA.
Three balls and a strike to the Cardinals center fielder Jeremy Hazelbaker. Getting some playing time because Randall Grichuk looks a little lost at the plate for the Cardinals. And the 3-1 is low. Ball 4. Second walk of the inning. Third walk of the game. Now Stephen Piscotty is up. He was robbed by Adonis Garcia on a bare hand play last time up.
That little shift on here for Piscotty, but with the runner at first, Freddie Gonzalez reminded Freddie Freeman need to hold him on. Change their strategy. Hazelbaker can run.
And the fastball missed. Let me correct the line for Williams. A hit batsman, not a walk to Moss. So it's 2 walks for Williams, both of them here in this third inning. Moss is the man on deck. Cardinals down a run, first and third. 2 outs in the third. Runner goes. Pitch is high. The throw to second. Short hops Jace Peterson. And Hazelbaker, who averaged 38 steals a year in the minor leagues, has his first steal of today's game.
Second of the series. Quick crossover step. He's a big guy, 6'3", 190. But good wheels and a nice play here by Jace Peterson, who knew that if that ball gets by and the run scores, and he did everything he could to keep it in front of him. And all of a sudden, Williams can't find the plate.
Would they green light Piscotty? That one caught it inside corner.
Looked like he was taking all the way there. They got a left-handed hitter on deck. could have been part of Matheny's thinking there if he does walk.
Well, this is where he really thrived as a rookie last year. Hit .393 with runners in scoring position. Bouncing ball left side. Ibar off the heel of his glove. A run is in and the game is tied 1-1. That's an infield hit for Piscotty. Got a 3-1 count and hit it hard. Hazelbaker stops at third. Garcia scores.
With Hazelbaker's speed, I thought for a second they might waive him, but no such sign from Chris Maloney, the third base coach. Quick recovery by Ibar kept him at third base.
So quick meeting on the mound for Roger McDowell. I got to stop saying quick meeting because frankly they're all going to be quick meetings. They only have 30 seconds to get from the dugout to the mound and say what needs saying. That's a new rule this year, part of Major League Baseball's pace of play initiative. And now Brandon Moss is the hitter. Hit by a pitch his first time up in the second inning. Interesting note on Moss, who's on his 6th big league team. He's trying to get Oliveira's attention in left. Bo Porter's telling him, come in.
Gosh, he's almost at the warning track.
Moss has hit a homer against every big league team except the Braves. One ball, no strikes. Long inning for Williams Perez.
And walks the biggest culprit.
Two-out walk to Hazelbaker, set it up, and now a high fly ball center. Stubs on the run, at the track, at the wall. He can't get it, and Moss,
you just had to say it, didn't you?
Has hit a home run against Atlanta. All of this trouble with 2 outs, and the Cardinals have scored 4 here in the 3rd inning.
Didn't get away with that fastball, but he hit it so high. I thought for a minute maybe he'd stay in the ballpark when Drew got right there, but just over the top of his glove.
So Moss hits his first home run. Cardinals have hit 7 as a team and are the last team standing as far as allowing a home run. Cardinals pitchers have not surrendered a long ball yet. And they now lead 4-1. Back to the screen by Adams. It's still 0-2. There's a shot toward left, but Oliveira to his left has room. All kinds of 2-out trouble for Williams Perez. The big blow, the Brandon Moss homer to center, but a 2-out walk set it up for the Cardinals. They'll turn around a 1-0 game and lead now 4-1. Work offensively. Nick Markakis leads off for the Braves. Nick drove in Ibar to start the game in the Atlanta first with a double to center. Wainwright hasn't found his groove yet, so that gives you some hope. He's walked 3 men today. And that's hard hit toward right. Piscotty on the run. What a catch. What a catch by Piscotty on the warning track. At the last instant, he got a glove up and made the grab.
He timed his jump perfectly. This ball was smoked, a breaking ball. I thought Nick had another extra base hit. What a great play by Piscotty. Much appreciated by his big pitcher.
Base is empty for Freddie Freeman, who struck out his first time up today. Lifted toward left. Moss is under it. And 2 out. Adonis Garcia walked his first time up. Arguably, he's been the hottest hitter for the Braves in the early going, and he's our Georgia Lottery hitting the jackpot feature.
He's had some good luck here at Turner Field since he was called up. 9 homers, 21 RBIs. Four for 13 to start his season.
To second, Colton Wong to his left, and Adam Wainwright does what an ace pitcher does. Gets momentum on his side and breezes through the opposing lineup. 4-1 after 3. After 3 innings, it's time for today's Greatness Made Here feature, brought to you by Synovus, the bank of here.
Williams worked his way up to the big leagues with good numbers. He was the 2014 AA Pitcher of the Year for Mississippi at Jackson. And last year started off on a real hot streak in April at Gwinnett. He was the organizational pitcher of the month, went 2-0 with a microscopic ERA at Gwinnett, and was the first Braves rookie to throw a complete game since Jorge Campillo did it back in 2008.
I don't know how many pitchers there have been in the history of the Atlanta Braves franchise, but I guarantee you nobody would have said it Jorge Campillo.
Not on the trivia question.
No.
No, sir.
Yadier Molina bats, takes a ball. By the way, it has been noticed by many that I think Gretchen Caney is afraid of us this year. Here we are, game 5 of the year, and we've not had a single trivia question. I think the collective intellect has her completely and totally psyched out.
Well, we're just trying to get into the flow of the season.
Good point. It's possible. I like my theory better, though.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah, I got you.
You know.
Yeah.
And sliced out a play foul. Great to have Gretchen back this year, along with our terrific producer Brian Woodrum, Mike Miller, our director today, and Allie Treon's made her first appearance up in the booth.
Knew it was a big game when we saw her come through the door.
Exactly right.
She's trying to get this slow start turned around.
And Joe, you're right about Molina. It looks like everything's the opposite way right now. So if the left thumb is a concern or still bothersome, how does that affect you at the plate as a right-hand hitter?
I think it's probably easier for him to kind of throw the knob at the ball and keep the back of his hand, if you will, kind of pointed straight up, as opposed to trying to get some extension. Good sequence there by Tyler Flowers, though, to just keep working him away, and even farther away.
And Molina's down on strikes. I've got Williams with 3 punch outs so far today. And here's Colton Wong. It's not often you'll hear a major league player say, I really want to see 95. I think it's degrees for Molina. This cold weather can't make that thumb feel
True.
good.
That's what I'm hoping for when the Braves get to Miami.
Yeah.
Get down there and let everybody break a sweat.
There you go. Different look to the ballpark in Miami. Inside, they move the fences in a bit.
What would be really nice down there is if they moved the fences in and built them up real high.
Especially in left center.
Yes.
Right? 1 ball, 1 strike. They should have, just for you, since this is your 25th year covering Braves baseball, when we go to Miami, the Marlins, as a token of their appreciation for all you've done for our business and our great game, they should give you a replica of that sculpture to take home.
I thought you were going to say, give me a sledgehammer and give me 25 swings.
Well, take your pick. I mean, that would be a beautiful addition to yours and Kathy's beautiful landscape.
Yeah, right out there by the septic tank.
1-2 for Colton Wong, and up and away. It's 2-2. Marlins are 1-2 on the year. Again, they were frozen out yesterday in Washington. They're tied with the Nationals today. That game's in the 4th inning.
Now the Nationals were taking a lot of heat today for postponing their game that was supposed to be a day game yesterday, and they called it early on for what they called unseasonably cold weather, with wind chills expected in the high 20s, low 30s. Well, now there are games being played with real temperatures in the high 20s and low 30s, and the criticism that was levied by a national radio broadcast was talking about how this was all pointed at the gate. They knew they wouldn't get many people there on such a cold, bitter day, but they could have a split doubleheader in the middle of May and do better. Meanwhile, the Mets and Phillies played in a miserable day yesterday in New York. That had, I think it rained all morning in New York, but they were able to get that game in.
Yeah, the Phillies beat them 1-0 on a Ryan Howard homer. Bartolo Colon and Vince Velasquez were the pitchers yesterday. Two and two for Wong. And that pops out of Tyler's glove. It's a full count. Good change of pace. Got Colton Wong to swing and miss. Back-to-back strikeouts for Perez. 2 out.
Good bounce back inning for Williams.
And here is Garcia. Lost in yesterday's action. We didn't talk about it, but a real nice story. CC Sabathia came back and pitched for the Yankees yesterday. Fans may forget that in the last week of the season last year, CC Sabathia walked into Joe Girardi's office and said, I have an issue. He had an issue with alcohol and was unavailable for the Yankees down the stretch. Well, CC Sabathia went through the rehabilitation process. He apparently has that disease under control, and he came back and pitched for the Yankees, gave up 3 runs in 6 innings against the Tigers. He doesn't throw as hard as he used to, but CC Sabathia had to make the Yankees team, make their rotation. He did it, and at least for one day was back on top of the pile.
Good for him. Congratulations to him. Have you ever met him? Talked to him? Nice guy.
Terrific guy.
Wonderful person. So we wish him well.
That's outside. The Yankees are in Detroit for the Sunday night extravaganza. Yankees off to a 3-2 start. Mark Teixeira swinging the bat well. Starlin Castro swinging the bat well for the Yankees. Former Cub now playing for them. Brian McCann's off to a good start.
Yeah, they're kind of a sleeper team. When everybody over there is talking about in that division, Toronto and the Tampa Bay pitching staff and Baltimore's lineup, nobody talks much about the Yankees,
which is refreshing.
But it's another good change up there by Williams. His motion's so good on it.
And he lost Garcia with 2 outs. That'll clear the pitcher Wainwright. He laid down a bunt his first time up. 3rd walk to go with 4 strikeouts. Cincinnati Reds, a surprising team. They had to disable 4 of their starting pitchers before opening day. Well, look at the record. Cincinnati is 4-1, tied with the Cubs atop the National League Central. And they beat Garrett Cole yesterday, who's 0-5 now against Cincinnati in his career. Wainwright bounces that one foul, strike 1.
And they've got a guy, Suarez.
Eugenio Suarez.
Eugenio.
Yes, yeah.
Eugenio.
That guy, yeah.
Yeah. Leading the league in runs scored with 8.
They got him from the Tigers for Alfredo Simon. And then Simon came back to Cincinnati. That was a good deal for the Redlegs. Strike 1 to Wainwright. And now 0-2. Flowers held it there, but didn't get the call.
Couldn't quite paint the corner for Sherwin-Williams on that one, but a good pitch.
Wainwright to right, and Nick Markakis gathers it in, and that retires the side. We go to the home 4th. Cardinals lead by 3.
Hyundai Sunday on Fox Sports South is presented by your local Hyundai dealers.
The Skip and Pete bobblehead, Toby Mac in concert, Bark in the Park are just a few of the great giveaways and events planned this year as part of our season-long celebration of our last year here at Turner Field. Check a full calendar of Braves events at braves.com/promotions and get your tickets today.
Rick Hummel, the Hall of Fame writer for the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, who covers the Cardinals, told me today, he goes, man, I'd love to have one of those Skip and Pete bobbleheads. And I said, well, we'll see what we can do.
Yeah.
We don't see the Cardinals again until July, I think, maybe August. I said, but we'll try to fix you up.
Yeah, it'll be nice and cool in St. Louis then. We'll all come to town refreshed. It'll be just perfect.
Uh-huh.
Boy, Rick is a great writer. They call him the commish in St. Louis. Well, think of the players he's had the privilege of interviewing year after year with the St. Louis Post-Dispatch. As Hector Oliveira leads off and takes outside ball one.
We try and show them to you, but all the writers, as usual, hiding behind the plexiglass again today. Sure don't want anybody over there to get cold feet.
Yep, Adrian's toughing this one out. Adrian Mitchell
is.
PR.
She's hoping for another foul ball.
Yeah, good hands. Adrian made a great catch here the other night. Look at all those folks. It's 55 degrees. Come on. Open the windows. Embarrassing. Fouled off Molina's mask. It's 1-2 for Hector Oliveira. Oliveira bounced into a double play to end the Atlanta first. Braves jumped up 1-0. St. Louis answered with 4 runs in the third. A Moss homer, the big blow, and that one gets past Carpenter and into the left field corner. Hector Oliveira has a 2-base hit to start the inning.
Good start to the inning. Looked like a breaking ball that he got extended on a little bit, got out in front, but still got the barrel on it. Oh yeah, hanger. Hello. Carpenter unable to knock it down. So good start to the inning. Braves need to capitalize here after getting that run in the first inning. They had a runner at second, nobody out, and couldn't advance him.
Tyler Flowers walked his first time up. Wainwright with 3 walks. And 3 hits allowed. 4-1 St. Louis. Braves have the bottom of the order coming up, and a late swing and back to the screen.
Good try though. He was trying to shorten up and go to right field, get him over. Just the 4th inning. And that's the kind of team the Braves need to be this year when they have a leadoff double, for example, is do little things that even if it only results in 1 run, you've put another run on the board, especially when you're trailing.
At least on paper, Joe, like last year, this does not look to be a Braves team that's going to have a quick strike capability. A lot of home runs.
No, and I think last year we talked about that, Chip, about what the team needed to do, how they needed to play. And the first half of the season, they were really good at it. Moving runners over, taking advantage of runners in scoring position, runners at third, less than 2 outs. They were excellent at it. And he's still trying to do it there with the breaking ball.
Braves as a team hit 100 home runs, if memory serves. That was the fewest in the National League.
I think the Nationals hit 177 by comparison.
This year the Braves have 2 homers. And that stayed high. Those homers hit by Freeman and Adonis Garcia. That's low.
Just missed.
Here we are in the 4th inning, and the Braves bullpen is busy. Flaherty is up and throwing. Lineup card is moving down toward Williams Perez.
And they've got 2 lefties leading off the next inning, and Carpenter and Hazelbaker. Good cut. He's leaving a few breaking balls upstairs. Got to try and capitalize on Wainwright when he's doing that.
Not much gets past Yadier Molina. Boy, what a safety blanket that is for a starting pitcher, to know you can try to get a strike on a ball in the dirt and you know he's going to stop it.
Especially when, for Adam, for example, when his out pitch is more his curveball than anything else, so you got to be willing to throw it that way.
Braves catcher Tyler Flowers has worked the count full. And he's giving Wainwright a good fight here, driving up his pitch count. .55 pitches for big number 50. Flowers with a terrific at bat.
Great at bat.
Coaxes a walk.
That was a great at bat. Did his best to try to go the other way. Fouled off some pitches, got in a hole, and still worked a walk.
Wainwright walked 3 in his first start. He's walked 4 so far today. 17th game with 4 walks. Now let's see what Jace Peterson can do. Jace bounced into a force play.
With the exception of the last inning when the Braves went 1-2-3 on just a few pitches, they've made him work.
Fly ball toward left. Moss going back. Still going back. Still going back. Makes an over the shoulder catch. And tagging and moving to third on that deep fly ball was Hector Olivera. That was a tough play, and Moss dressed that one up a bit. Thought for a minute it was over his head.
Yeah, Olivera was a little late going back to tag because he wanted to make sure that he was going to catch the ball, but that was an excellent play by Moss, who already has a 3-run homer today.
So there's the first out. Let's see if Stubs can bring Olivera home. Drew walked in the Atlanta second.
Slight step, fastball, zip that in there, kind of trying to catch Stubs off guard. Kind of a quick pitch.
Olivera and Flowers are the Braves base runners. And that's low. I think it's safe to say, Joe, Adam Wainwright is not Adam Wainwright yet.
That's what I was trying to point out or trying to say, I don't think I articulated it very well about how it's like Grilly. They may feel good, their arms feel good. They've had a lot of rest getting ready for this, but I don't think mechanically either one of them are where they want to be. And Adams' fastball's topped out at 90 today. You know, he's in his career, he's not been a 97, 98 guy, but he's been low to mid 90s at times. So that's been a little slow coming back too, and that may be a mechanical thing that he's referred to.
He said in the St. Louis papers that his lower body mechanically was not where it needed to be for all those reasons you mentioned against the Pirates. So take advantage if you can. 2-2 count, and it's full for Stubs. Pitcher's spot is due next, but Williams Perez is not in the on deck circle. Jeff Francoeur is.
Get a good pitch. He threw Flowers a full count breaking ball in the dirt that he was able to lay off.
Drilled center. Hazelbaker back. It's gone. A line drive laser to straightaway center.
Boy, did that ball jump. 3-2 pitch. He got a fastball, belt high, and didn't miss it. And do you think Adam knew that? And as a result, a tie game, and Williams Perez will hit for himself. Boy, what a big blow that was.
Ties the game, and that's the first home run the Cardinal pitching staff has given up this year. And now Williams Perez will get a second life, and he'll have a chance to hit for himself.
Well, it goes back to what we talked about at the beginning of the broadcast. Ender Inciarte going on the disabled list, and here's Drew Stubs with a big shot today that will help the team try not to miss Inciarte too much.
Stubs' first homer since last July, and it's a welcome sight. 4-4 game. This one bounced out toward Colton Wong. Tricky hop, but he makes the play, and there's the second out. Back to the top we go, and Eric Aybar.
You're right about that trajectory, though. That was a low laser he hit out of here.
So both clubs with a 3-run homer. Stubs for the Braves, Moss for the Cardinals. And a strike for the Braves shortstop. Aybar scored the first run of the day for either club. That came after Nick Markakis doubled in the opening inning. Popped up, and Moss in left is there and makes the grab. Drew Stubs with a bolt out of the blue with a line drive shot over the boards in center, scores 3, and we head to the 5th. New ball game.
Atlanta Braves baseball is sponsored by Sherwin-Williams and Xfinity. X1 from Xfinity will change the way you experience sports.
Cool day outside in downtown Atlanta at beautiful Piedmont Park. The Dogwood Festival is taking place. And here, just a few short miles away, the Braves and Cardinals are wrapping up a series at Turner Field.
Which one of our camera operators went over there and hung out at the park for a while to get that footage? That's what I want to know.
It's a good question. I don't know.
Hope they brought back some cotton candy.
Yeah. My guess is David Cason. I'll bet David went over there. He's got the.
If it was, he brought back a hot dog wrapped in cotton candy.
Oh, yes. That's one of his favorites. Is Matt Carpenter, the top of the Cardinal order, leads off.
A hot dog that just melts in your mouth.
And not in your hands, as they say. Jeff Gamage is the real cameraman that got that beautiful footage. And Carpenter, a 2-1 count. Last thing Williams wants to do is walk the leadoff man after the Braves just got the game tied for him.
He wants to have the kind of inning that Wainwright had in the third after he was given the lead. Boy, the Braves needed that home run big time.
In the air towards Stubs in center. He'll drift back and he'll have room for the first out. One man down. Hazelbaker, the batter. He's walked, stolen a base, and he scored another run.
In case you're wondering, maybe you were listening to the game on the radio with Jim and Don over the weekend and wondered if that was his middle name. You know, Jeremy Hazelbaker.
Yeah, there's no hyphen in there.
As Tim Hudson said last night, he's old man Hazelbaker's boy.
Bouncing ball. It's a tough play for Peterson to his right. Fast runner, and he legs out an infield hit. One of the oldest sayings in our game is speed never slumps, and Hazelbaker is going to have a terrific year if he can just put the ball in play like that.
Yeah, there's no way to circle a ground ball when he's running. You got to go get it and get rid of it. I have to tell you, I've never heard of the guy.
Me either.
Until he was called up the other day, and as Tim said, he talked about how much he likes stories like a guy like that. It has to spend so much time in the minor leagues and then makes the best of it when he gets called up.
In 7 years, 751 career minor league games, not even a sniff at the big league level.
He had never hit 300 in the minor leagues until last year. So something clicked.
There's a close play at first, but he's back. And we've also talked in this series about the Cardinals. Well, they have their #1 pick sprinkled up and down their roster, but they've gotten a lot of mileage out of non-drafted free agents, 15th, 20th, 33rd round draft picks. And in these payroll conscious times around Major League Baseball, players like that who can come up here and perform like Hazelbaker are extremely valuable.
No doubt.
Piscotty, an infield hit and an RBI. He's scored a run today. And this one's hit towards Stubs in right center. Drew's going to get to that one. 2 out. And here's the villain for the Cardinals, Brandon Moss. And that's going to be the last pitch of the day, thrown by Williams Perez. 83 pitches. And Atlanta's not going to allow him to see Moss for a third time today. Williams Perez will depart in a tie game. 4-4 is your score.
presented by authority of the Atlanta Braves and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Atlanta Braves.
All year long, our friends Delta Airlines get us from city to city. We're off to Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport after the game today. We'll make our way to Washington, then down to Miami for our first road trip here in 2016. Hopefully it'll be a happy flight for Atlanta and Eric O'Flaherty, who's on in relief of Williams Perez.
For Eric O'Flaherty, he'd like to get back to some of his numbers he was accustomed to having here in Atlanta after some injury played a couple of years.
First pitch cracked by Moss toward right, but Markakis is there. And Eric O'Flaherty gets his assigned man to end the St. Louis fifth.
Atlanta Braves baseball is sponsored by the Works Turbine Blower, the fastest way to clean up your yard. It's work season.
We're counting down the games left here at Turner Field in Atlanta, and everybody in Braves country knows who that is. Ryan Klesko had the honors today.
Greg McMichael, who does such a great job with Braves alumni, told me at the Fan Fest that he'd called Ryan to let him know the Braves wanted him to yank down that number, and there was a significant reason why.
First pitch, Markakis, another shot. This one is off the warning track and fence. Nick has hit the ball on the button 3 times today and has a pair of doubles.
Yeah, and were it not for a great catch by Piscotty and right, he'd have 3 extra base hits. Maybe a cutter came back to the middle of the plate, and again right on the nose. Good start again for the Braves, another leadoff double. Anyway, Greg McMichael told Ryan, left him a message that the Braves had determined he was the 77th best left fielder in the history of Turner Field. That's why he was chosen. And Greg said, I can't tell you the response I got, so I thought that was pretty good.
That's great. There's Freddie Freeman. Fouls one away for a strike. 4-4 game. Braves trying to break through against Adam Wainwright here. A 3-run Drew Stubs homer last inning got it tied. Braves have had their chances. Leadoff man's been on in 4 of the first 5 innings. And another shot towards center. This one's going to be caught. Hazel Baker to his left. Markakis tags. Strong throw, but Nick beats the wrap. Productive out for Freddie Freeman.
Good base running here by Nick to challenge Hazel Baker, who had to go to his left. And despite going to his left, still got off a very strong throw to third base and an accurate one.
So Derek Lilliquist will pop out and talk with Wainwright. They'll try to figure out what to do with Garcia. They pitched around him in the first inning, and Hector Olivera hit into a double play.
Adam Wainwright and his wife Jenny, very charitable. They do a lot in the St. Louis area to raise money for Food Bank and also for Water Missions International. They've raised over $1 million since they started a Big League Impact, it's called, in 2014, which is a football fantasy league that they set up. And he was awarded the Hutch Award in Seattle over the wintertime, which is a very significant honor to people who do a lot for their communities. Named for Fred Hutchinson, who was native of Seattle, I believe.
1 ball, no strikes. Infield in for the Cardinals. We showed you the terrific numbers that Adonis has put up at Turner Field in his brief Braves career. I'd be shocked if they give him much, if anything, to hit in this at bat. And now they'll take the bat out of his hands and go ahead and walk him intentionally. So they took 2 cracks. Adonis didn't take the bait. Now Atlanta has him at the corners for Hector Olivera.
Well, they got Olivera to hit into a double play in the first inning. They're hoping for more of the same and get out of the inning without any damage. But Hector had a good swing on that hanging breaking ball his last time up that got the 4-run inning started, 3-run inning started.
Popped up. Foul ground. Adams will not have a play. Happy fan with a souvenir. Now see if the Braves can make him happier with a go-ahead play here in the 5th. Fly ball toward left. Moss on the run is going to have room at the edge of the track. Markakis will tag and score. Hector Olivera with the go-ahead RBI, and the Braves lead Wainwright and the Cardinals 5-4.
Another big-time hanging breaking ball. That Wainwright's fortunate it stayed in the ballpark. Up in his eyes. I don't think he got that one right on the sweet spot, but still hit it a ton to get the run in.
So the Braves cash in the Markakis double. It's a 5-4 game. And Tyler Flowers bats. He's walked twice, scored once, and now he bangs a single through the left side. Had 6 Braves hits in the game. And Flowers' 2nd hit of the year. Chase Peterson, the batter. It's time for our Braves second baseman to add an insurance run here. Chase 0 for 2 in the game. Hey, a little sunshine peeking through the gray skies overhead. That'll warm the patrons up.
One of the things about an Achilles injury is stability and balance. And when you're throwing against, in this case, Adams' left foot, Grilly's too, there's, as we've been saying, there's got to be a little nick of a question in your mind as to whether or not you can really go right over the top of that foot and trust it. You know it's wrapped, you know it's taped, and all of that.
And that's after all the rehab and the surgical repair of that tendon. How long did it take you to feel like you really had control?
It took me a year.
A full year.
Yeah, and that's what the docs told me, that it'll be a year before you put on your shoe and feel like you're back to normal.
And
he's not even at the year mark, and he's playing in the big leagues.
Well, I was going to say, you're coming up and sitting down and broadcasting a baseball game. He's got to field bunts, field his position, right pitches.
Yeah. I run a lot of foot races with people who challenge me, but other than that, there's not a lot of stress on mine. Still undefeated, but that's another story.
Jace found it straight back. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Been running in a lot of 70 and over leagues.
Talking trash too, aren't you? You do it.
Yeah, well, I faked my birth certificate. Kind of an AAU thing.
Was that the Amateur Ancient Union? As Wainwright strikes out Jace Peterson. We will go to break. Atlanta has its second lead of the day. Tomorrow, stay with us on Fox Sports South as ATL goes to Washington. The Braves and Nats open up a big series at Nationals Park. Coverage starts at 6:30 Eastern on Fox Sports South. Home of the Braves and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. It's April in the ATL, presented by Cook's Pest Control. The bad weather in Washington has had an effect on that series already, because the Nationals are going to have Max Scherzer pitch the opening game of that series. Scherzer was originally supposed to pitch today had they played the Marlins yesterday.
So everything got pushed back a day, and the Braves are the lucky recipient of getting the top 4 starters for the Nationals, beginning with Scherzer.
Yeah, Scherzer, then Gio Gonzalez, then Steven Strasburg, Tanner Roark. The Braves have not announced their starter for Tuesday, but that will be the first time they need a 5th starter, and all indications are it's going to be Ulyss Chacin, who pitched very well in a tune-up for Gwinnett the other day. And Braves are looking for a win in Washington. They were winless against the Nationals in D.C. last year. So Eric O'Flaherty is taken down as we start the 6th inning. Chris Withrow was up and throwing in the pen. He is going to make his season debut for Atlanta.
Well, he's a big old strong guy. Braves got him from the Dodgers in the big trade last summer, but Withrow was on the disabled list all last year with elbow surgery. One of the last guys cut from the roster at the end of spring training this year. But 20 games back in 2014, pitched well. 21 innings, 28 strikeouts. And when I talk to people with the Dodger organization about this guy, they loved him 2 years ago and were crushed when he went down with his injury.
Isn't it funny how much attention is paid to the 25-man roster in the final days of spring training? Who's that guy going to be? And here we are, less than a week into the campaign, and already a flurry of roster moves for the Braves in their bullpen, in their starting lineup with Ender Inciarte.
Right.
And here's Chris Withrow, probably disappointed to have been cut. He's in the big leagues a week later.
You know, he used to talk me off the ledge on the who's going to make the team type stuff was Pete.
Really?
Pete Van Wieren would always say, it'll be a different club next week. Don't worry about it. You know, there's going to be some changes. Somebody will get hurt. It all the worry and fretting that goes on to put 25 together. And then within a week, within 2 weeks, it looks completely different. So I'll go with the Pete Van Wieren study.
So Withrow about to throw his first pitch as a Brave. He'll face Randall Grichuk, who bats for Adams here in the St. Louis 6th. Grichuk has had a rough start. 1 for 15 with 8 strikeouts. And in continuing our theme and discussing how Adam Wainwright is trying to maybe get some feel on the mound, that's been the problem for Grichuk in the early going for the Cardinals. He said, Joe, that he is feeling for the ball at the plate.
That's a guy who's striking out a lot and doesn't want to strike out anymore. He's just trying to put the ball in play, and that's not the way he was swinging for them in the second half last season.
So a lot of extra batting practice for Grichuk. In fact, he'd do his normal game routine, and then before the game would start, he'd go into the cage and hit even more. Cardinals wanting to let it fly, swing the bat. He hasn't had a chance with 3 pitches out of the zone from Withrow to start the sequence. And 4 straight puts the potential tying run at first base. That's the 4th walk issued by Braves pitching today. Braves have walked 15 Cardinals in the 3-game series.
Well, you know, Withrow's amped up, but that's a bad way to start in a game where you just got the lead back. .63 listed at 240. Doesn't look that big.
And he's missed with 5 in a row. Yadier Molina, the batter, he's popped out and struck out.
Withrow's out of Austin, Texas, went to Midland Christian High School. First round pick by the Dodgers back in 2007.
That's driven to right. Markakis in the sunshine makes the grab. There's a line drive out. These are important innings for the Braves. In 3 of their first 4 losses, they led the game in the 7th inning or later. So with a 5-4 advantage in the 6th, bottom part of the order up. Figure it'll be a 1-inning stint for Withrow. He's due second, and then the Braves have to find a way to do something offensively. The Braves have a grand total of 4 hits from the start of the 6th inning to the end of all of their games combined. Colton Wong. That's taken a little low. Wonder if this guy would be a leadoff man for the Cardinals. Just think if Wong could be a leadoff man, you could have Carpenter in the middle of their lineup with Matt Holliday and Grichuk and Piscotty and Molina. Colton's been on base a lot in this series and a lot in the early going. Swing and a miss, throw to second. is off Ibar's glove, but no chance. And it's another stolen base for St. Louis. Grichuk in scoring position.
Just as I was about to say, they don't run that much. They take off and swipe one. Tyler Flowers got rid of it quickly, but it was a short one hopper. And I was going to say that with reference to Colton Wong, that's not really a huge part of their offense. So, Carpenter doesn't run much. It's all about on base percentage for whoever's batting first for St. Louis, as it is for just about every team.
And for old timers like us, it's kind of funny to talk about the Cardinals not being a base stealing team. With a franchise that had Lou Brock and Willie McGee and Vince Coleman. Two balls and a strike for Wong. He slid out and struck out. Dangerous pitch. And Wong didn't get it. Full count.
He's been sitting 93, 94. And pitched in spring training. He was in one game for Gwinnett. Not the same as when you get up here to this level after sitting out for a year.
Jim Hendry, when he was the general manager of the Cubs, used to always say something about that third deck in a big league ballpark that makes a big difference.
Right.
Huh?
Yeah.
Tying run at second, 2 outs, 5-4. Braves lead it. We're in the 6th. And Wong putting up a fight. Phillies 3, Mets 2. They're beating Matt Harvey today. That's in the 8th inning. Pirates and Reds tied 1-1. Miami and Washington tied 1-1. Good at bat by Colton Wong.
Keep going after him though, the fastball. Don't decide that since he pulled one, that you need to trick him now. Throwing 94. Make a good pitch. Get him.
Bouncing ball right side. Peterson to a knee. Runner to third, but that cost the Cardinals their second out. And now Garcia, the batter. He's walked twice, scored once. Pitcher spot due after Garcia.
And it was a breaking ball, and it was a good one.
Judd Jerko's grabbed a bat. He's on deck. Last thing we need to see is a home run hitting Cardinal pinch hitter in this series. They hit 3 of them on Friday night. A new big league record for a single game. 0-1 to Garcia, playing shortstop today for the Redbirds.
Ooh. Sherwin-Williams painting the corners, just missed that corner, but almost got Garcia to pull the trigger.
That won't feel good on a chilly day. Garcia's hobbling at 2-2.
Got his back knee. They've got Oliveira about 10 steps off the left field line. Figuring Garcia is not going to be able to pull the ball against him. Look how close he is.
Payoff. Slap to left, base hit with 2 outs. Garcia ties the game. So the proverbial leadoff walk comes back to haunt the Braves bullpen. Grichuk scores, and it's a 5-5 game.
That'll make his grandpa happy. That'll make Greg happy after hitting one off his knee. Low fastball, inside out stroke. Perez walked 3. And 2 of them scored. Withrow walked the leadoff batter here, and he has scored.
That'll bring up Jed Jerko. Swing and a miss. Cardinals playing a couple men down as far as the shortstop spot is concerned, with Johnny Peralta and Ruben Tejada hurt. Out of necessity, Jerko's had to move from second to short. Adam Wainwright off the hook for the Cardinals. They got the game tied for him. It's 5-5. We're in the 6th.
Boy, we've seen a lot of 3-ball counts. Last night, today, we talked about with the starting pitchers the importance of first pitch strikes. Not happening often enough. And giving the hitters counts.
3 men who have walked have scored for the Cardinals today. And another base on balls, this one with 2 outs, and now you've got to face Carpenter, a left-handed thumper with 28 home runs. And if you contemplate a pitching change, there really are no more options for Freddie Gonzalez. The Braves have 1 left-hander in their bullpen, Eric O'Flaherty, and Atlanta used him to retire Moss in the 5th. And so it's time for our Academy Sports and Outdoors leaderboard with Matt Carpenter up. We mentioned last night, you may not know this, but only Andrew McCutchen has more hits in National League play since the start of the 2013 season.
Yeah, that surprised me. It surprised me to see Daniel Murphy with 504, 4th on that list. Tim Hudson talked about Buster Posey and the importance how important he is to that San Francisco ball club, and the way he leads by example.
So Carpenter a chance to make life tough with 2 outs. And that one right there for a strike.
Talked about this at the beginning of the game too, with the Keys, Chip, about walks and deep counts and long innings and what it does to your defense and how guys get on their heels a little bit. Ground ball here. Need your infielders to at least knock it down, prevent that go-ahead run from scoring.
Up and into Carpenter, a ball into strike. A leadoff walk and a 2-out hit has tied the game for St. Louis. Didn't mean to, and there's a break. Carpenter tried to check his swing, instead finds himself down to his last strike. And now Flowers and Ibar want to get together with Withrow and make sure they're on the same page.
And it could be that Ibar has been watching Garcia out there, who may be trying to relay some signs.
Hector Olivera 15 feet off the left field foul line. I mean, a huge piece of pasture between him and Drew Stubs in center. If Carpenter's late on a fastball, that might be trouble. 1-2 pitch. Down and in. Did it hit him? Yep, right across the shoe tops. A hit batsman. And that's going to be the end of the line, it appears, for Chris Withrow. Braves might employ a double switch here with the pitcher spot due second. Daniel Winkler was up and throwing in the Braves pen.
And he definitely got his pant leg. I don't know if it got any part of his leg. Carpenter was kind of yelling like thought he was going to get hit, and then said, "Oh yeah, got me. And when you're behind in the count, that's what you do.
So Freddie Gonzalez will indeed make a pitching change. We'll see if there's another substitution.
Oh, got me.
That's how you help your on-base percentage.
Yes.
Wear baggy pants and make your way to first. So Withrow, an eventful 6th for the Braves. 2 walks, a hit, and a hit batsman. A run is in. The bases are loaded. We'll see how it works out when we come back.
Delta Airlines. your local Ford dealer. And Xfinity. X1 from Xfinity will change the way you experience sports.
Well, Joe Simpson, Chip Carey back with you at Turner Field. Time for today's Cold Hard Facts, brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light.
Well, those are cold hard facts. Longest losing streak to start a season, 1988. The Braves went 0-10. They are at a minimal 0-4 right now, trying to snap that today. Tie game in the 6th. Bases loaded, though, for Daniel Winkler, who's been good.
Winkler struck out the side in his debut on April 4th against the Nationals. Walked a batter against the Cardinals 2 days ago, and there's no place to put Jeremy Hazelbaker. There is a double switch. It's Gordon Beckham checking in to play second base. He'll bat second when the Braves hit here in the 6th. The Cardinals have tied the game 5-5. And way outside even count. Winkler had a terrific spring. 17 strikeouts and no walks. And he almost, well, did he hit him? Hazelbaker said it hit him on the jersey and he threw the bat away. Is this one going to be reviewed by Mike Matheny? It probably will be. If it is a hit batsman, a run is in and the Cardinals will lead.
Said it got his jersey. I don't know about that one.
Not enough for the Cardinals to challenge the call at the plate. I mean, that would be the ultimate glancing blow if Hazelbaker had been awarded first. Instead, though, he's ahead in the count. 2 balls and a strike. There's that 3-ball count again. And it's fouled away. 3-2. So the Cardinals base runners, Garcia, Jerko, and Carpenter, will be able to run with the pitch. Swing and a miss. He came back and got his man. How about that swing? The Cardinals thought they had a hit batsman and a lead. Instead, Winkler strikes back and strikes out the Cardinal center fielder. Drilled center. Hazelbaker back. It's gone. A line drive laser to straightaway center.
Boy, did that ball jump.
Couple of long balls in the ball game today in Atlanta. Drew Stubs last time up got things square with Adam Wainwright and the Cardinals. A 3-run shot, and Wainwright is out after 5 innings of play, and Seth Maness is on to pitch. Cardinals have a couple of other changes. We'll get those to you in just a moment. Stubbs has reached twice and takes a knee-high strike. Moss is at first. Grichuk is in left. Let me correct that. Grichuk is in center. Hazelbaker moves to left. One ball, 2 strikes for Drew Stubs. And a swing and a miss gets Drew for the first out. This guy's got kind of a funky motion, doesn't he?
No question. Real short arm. Right out of his right ear. Worked the 9th inning last night. Struck out a batter.
And mentioned it last evening as well. He's been a very, very busy man for the Cardinals. Not a lot of innings, but a lot of appearances, a lot of up and downs for the Cardinal reliever. 76 games last year, 73 the year before that, 66 games in 2013. In his postseason career, Maness has been tough too. He's given up 1 earned run in 6 games in the division series. No earned runs in 7 league championship games. As Beckham drives one toward the corner, high off the fence. And Gordon Beckham will slide in safely at second base. He needed that.
He sure did, and he almost put the Braves on top. And a good thing he didn't stand there and watch it, because of the way Hazelbaker throws. He came off the wall with that throw and made it close. Good swing by Gordon.
His first hit as a Brave, a double off the left field wall.
And running hard all the way.
And confident enough to blow a bubble between first and second base.
Isn't that funny?
So, strategy session for the Cardinals. Really no strategy involved. Maness will be taken out. Ibarra a switch hitter, then Markakis and Freeman, 2 lefties. So we'll see who Matheny brings on in a tie game. Braves threatening in the 6th.
Braves Baseball is sponsored by your local Toyota dealers, Let's Go Places, the Georgia Lottery, and Synovus, the bank of here.
Tie game, Braves threatening in the 6th with a runner at second, Gordon Beckham, and only one out. The first 20,000 who attend Saturday, April 23rd with the Mets in town will get a Skip and Pete Famous Calls bobblehead. You won't want to miss out on this one. Visit Braves.com/tickets today. We're going to have to take that bobblehead on the road this year.
It's a good idea.
I think our friends at Lefty O'Duels in San Francisco might need to feast their eyes on that as we feast our eyes on Kevin Segrist, one of 2 lefties available for the Cardinals in their pen.
And he's a dandy, and he pitched well here 2 nights ago. Faced 4 batters, retired all 4, did not strike out a batter.
In 2013, Kevin Segrist posted the lowest earned run average by a Cardinals reliever in the history of their franchise. An 0.45 ERA in 45 outings.
Wow.
He turns Ibar around right-handed, and Eric had a awkward swing. No balls and a strike. Segrist, another late draft choice by the Cardinals. The 1,235th player selected in the 2008 draft. A 41st rounder.
Oh my. That looked a little inside. Ibar thought so. This guy doesn't need any help. Mid-90s fastball and a split finger pitch.
He pitched a lot last year, 81 games, and went 7-1. Don't forget to join us after our game this afternoon on Braves Live. We'll check in with Freddie Gonzalez, get sound from the Braves clubhouse. Braves Live presented by Xfinity. Jerome and Matt Diaz standing by, hopefully to talk about our first win of the season. No balls, 2 strikes. Oh, and on the ricochet, that got the home plate umpire, Mark Wegner.
Right in the arm. Most umpires with their shoulder pads and chest protector built in have a little extension that come down to protect the bicep. I hope it got that bit of protection for him.
Nice move by the Cardinals. Give Wegner a second or 2 to get some feeling back in the right arm. Hope he doesn't raise it here with an 0-2 count. Unfortunately, he will. Ibar took strike 3. Second strikeout of the inning. First for Segrist, and now it's a lefty-lefty matchup with Nick Markakis.
What a day Nick's had. He's hit 3 rockets today. A double over the center fielder's head in the first inning. A ball that was about to go over the right fielder's head were it not for a great catch, running catch by Piscotty. And then another double in the 5th. That one to right center.
Freeman is next. Nick had 52 multi-hit games last year, 4th most in our league, tied for the 10th most in Major League Baseball. A 3-hit day would be terrific. That missed outside, ball 2.
Knows they've got a base open. I don't think they're pitching around him. This guy usually comes right after you.
Headed for the gap in left center. Can anybody get there? No, it's a double for Markakis. He does have a 3-hit day, and the Braves have taken the lead again.
This could easily be his 4th double of the day. Fastball, that one had too much of the plate. And Hazelbaker, who had shifted over to left field playing shallow, had no chance.
A 3-double day for Markakis. It's the 2nd time in his big league career he's done that. And now the Braves try to pad a 1-run lead. 6-5 for Freddie Freeman. And a strike.
Good cut at the fastball. Lead off the hook. This guy throws so hard, it's hard when you get behind in the count against him to think, well, middle of the plate away, guard the plate, because he can bust you inside so quick.
Elevated and missed, full count. And Freddie takes a walk.
Segras looked like he was kind of walking to the dugout. He was following through off the mound, but thought he might get that call. Not a bad pitch, but not called a strike.
So the inning continues for Adonis Garcia, who's walked twice and is grounded out to second. Braves have scored in their last 3 turns up against the Cardinals. And Adonis is down a strike. Oh, and 2. Right there for a called 3rd strike, but the Braves have struck for the go-ahead run. A big day for Nick Markakis. 3 doubles, 2 RBIs. It's 6-5.
Baseball is presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day.
All right, Braves are back in front. That's more like it. 6-5 is your score. We enter the 7th inning. Cardinals 3-4-5 hitters are coming up against Daniel Winkler.
Close ball game. Late innings. They still have Matt Holliday over there to use whenever Mike Matheny wants to use him too.
Bouncing ball third. Adonis, nice backhanded stab and a perfect throw. Nice play, 1 out.
Got his feet planted quickly. And a strong throw.
Parents, get a jump on your summer plans today. Get your child signed up to attend the Braves baseball camp. It's the ultimate major league experience for boys and girls of all abilities, aged 5 through 13. Braves baseball camps offer 1-week sessions all around the metro Atlanta area. Go to braves.com/camps today. Brandon Moss hit a long homer for the Cardinals in the 3rd. That gave them a 4-1 lead behind Adam Wainwright. But Adam couldn't hold it. Wainwright gave up 5 runs in 5 innings today. Reyes gave up the lead a moment ago. Broken bat. And throw to first is in time to get Brandon Moss. Gordon Beckham has checked in, remember. And Winkler continues his impressive work in relief.
Daniel Winkler has looked outstanding. He's carried his work in spring training right into the regular season. He was aggressive last inning. Loved the fact that he just pounded that fastball in there 3-2 to Hazelbaker and struck him out. He just said, basically, here's my best pitch. Hit it if you can.
Braves got him from the Rockies on a Rule 5 pick in 2014. He's had Tommy John surgery. That was performed in July of 2014. Always big strikeout numbers while with the Rockies organization. In fact, 2013 at Modesto, 22 games, he went 12-5, struck out 152 men in 130 innings as a starting pitcher.
Impressive. Well, I'm sure they thought, you know, he's coming off Tommy John surgery. We can take him off the big league roster. Nobody's going to take a chance on him. And the Braves scouts, to their credit, knew all about his good arm. And he was up for a little bit, you might remember, at the end of the year. Pitched in a couple of games, but he's still got to stay on the roster through June 1st, I believe it is, or the Rockies can have him back. And I don't think that's going to happen.
No, I wouldn't think so either. Winkler's from Effingham, Illinois. Might have grown up a Cardinal fan as a kid. We'll have to find out about that after the game. Went to Parkland College in Champaign, Illinois, and then the University of Central Florida in Orlando.
Whoa.
Uh-oh.
No, no.
Uh-oh.
No, no.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Awful. Jim Johnson checks in. We'll gather our thoughts and come right back. Braves 6, Cardinals 5. A couple of changes for Atlanta. Kelly Johnson's entered the game. He'll play second base. Gordon Beckham moves to third base. Jim Johnson will have as much time as he needs to warm up. 4 moments ago, Daniel Winkler threw a pitch, left the mound, and was cradling his right arm.
Just sickening.
Yeah.
And we've just spending some time there bragging on him and how it come back from Tommy John and looks so good. It just sickening.
We obviously don't have word yet on the problem for Dan Winkler, but it appeared rather serious as he was able to walk off the field under his own power. But it did not look good. So we will try to update you on Dan's condition. We'll pray for the best. As Randall Grichuk digs in for the Cardinals. Braves will shift for him as Jim Johnson delivers and misses low. Braves are being very careful with Jim. He had some off-season surgery. A hernia repair, I believe it was, for Jim.
Correct.
So the Braves are trying to work him back into form as he issues a base on balls. Grichuk aboard with 2 outs. And here's Molina. Cardinal catcher 0 for 3. Fouls it back. It's a swinging strike. Phillies beat the Mets. They won 5-2 today. They beat Matt Harvey in New York. It was Jeremy Hellickson pitching for the Phils, so they've won 2 in a row. Nationals take a 4-1 lead over the Marlins. That game's in the 8th at Nationals Park. Now back 0-2.
A couple of pretty good swings from Molina there. Not at all like the ones we've seen earlier in this series where it appeared he could only hit the ball to right field. Might be a different approach here. 0-2.
Flowers smothered that. Nice stop. You know, Molina appreciates that.
If you weren't with us a couple of nights ago, we were talking about Tyler Flowers' new mask that he has, that he helped design, that has some spring protection in it between the grill and the padding to help act like a shock absorber on balls right back into the mask.
Molina swings and misses. That ball had plenty of movement on it. Johnson sends us to the 7th inning stretch. It's a 6-5 Atlanta lead over the Cardinals. While the crowd excited about the possibility of the first win of the year, that certainly has been tempered by the injury to Braves right-hander Daniel Winkler. Timothy Miller makes his way to the center of the diamond. He will perform another sterling rendition of God Bless America on this home Sunday in Atlanta. It's become a great tradition for Braves baseball, and we'll enjoy Timothy's work in just a moment.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet
Games on TV. You can now stream games live on your mobile device. Go to your app store and download the free Fox Sports Go app. Log in and stream the Braves wherever you go. The Skip and Pete bobblehead, Toby Mac in concert, Bark in the Park. These are just a few of the great giveaways and events planned this year as part of the season-long celebration of the final season at Turner Field. Check a full calendar of events at Braves.com/promotions and get your tickets today. Little insurance would be nice, as Hector Oliveira starts things off for the Braves. Just had a nice day as the Cardinals are back in their bullpen. Juan O is on to pitch. The final boss, they called him when he pitched over in Korea and Japan.
He pitched here a couple of nights ago as well. Looked good. 2/3 of an inning, a walk, a strikeout. Compact, hides the baseball well.
'41 saves with Hanshin in the Japanese leagues last year. 357 career saves in Korea and Japan combined.
Fastball, slider, split.
And an OK starts the Atlanta 7th.
There you go again.
First time Oliveira's down on strikes. 1 out. Here's Tyler Flowers. Can't tell you how sickening and sad and disappointing that injury to Daniel Winkler is. Don't know how severe it is. It appears bad. Forget the fact that he was pitching so well, but you hate to see young players go through what he's already gone through and be so close to getting over the hump, it appears, and then in an instant, one pitch potentially changes it all forever.
And I'm sure that's one of the things that races through your mind at about 1,000,000 miles an hour is, oh no, not again, if that's what it was. Because you know what he knows firsthand what it takes to go through it and get back where he was, and just throwing the ball so well.
Molina held it there, didn't get the call. 2-2 for Tyler Flowers, who's had a perfect day at the plate. A couple of walks, a single, and a run scored. Raising a few late inning hits. Those have been tough to come by in the early going. They do have the lead, however. Oh, has another strikeout.
What a weapon they've added to the back of their bullpen. Another setup guy for Rosenthal. And obviously, listening to those numbers you just ripped off, he's used to pitching with the game on the line too.
First at bat of the day for Kelly Johnson. And that's fouled away. It's already been a busy day for the Braves regarding transactions. We mentioned earlier Chris Withrow brought up, debuted today. John Gant sent to AAA. Braves signed Emilio Bonifacio to a minor league deal. Ender Inciarte placed on the disabled list. And now with Dan Winkler being injured, there'll probably have to be another transaction before the Braves play Washington tomorrow. As Kelly hits a rocket to second, and O has a 1-2-3 home 7th. We go to the 8th. Atlanta leads by a run, 6-5. NASCAR Sprint Cup Racing heads to Bristol starting at 12:30 Eastern, only on Fox, or watch it live on Fox Sports Go. You know, the skipper Bobby Cox and Fred Stone will be watching that race with John Holland. They always like to have a little wager on who's going to win the NASCAR race on Sunday. And hopefully the Braves can win for the first time today. They're up 6-5. Follow the Braves live on MLB.com at bat. Stay up to the moment at any moment with Game Day. Live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone or your tablet. Well, Jim Johnson will work a bit of overtime because of the depleted bullpen because of injury and because guys worked a lot of innings last night. Jim has it free and easy, 8th. Then you figure Vizcaíno for the 9th.
Yeah, that would be ideal. That would be ideal. Just continue to throw strikes, pound the strike zone. We've already seen what happens when Braves walk a leadoff man late in the ball game. Came back to bite him in Game 1 against the Nationals.
Two balls, two strikes.
We were talking about the guys with the Achilles injuries. You know, that they think they're okay. They feel good. Their arm feels good, but their mechanics or their body may not be 100% all the way.
Easy play at second. Kelly Johnson takes care of Wong for the first out.
Might be able to say the same thing about Jim Johnson. They held him back in spring training, slowed down his work just to give him a chance to heal from his sports hernia surgery. So he's going to be not 100% for a little while too.
He's gotten a strikeout and a ground out in relief. Now Greg Garcia bats. 2 walks and an RBI single for Garcia. He's also scored one of the 5 Cardinal runs.
Always important late in the game to get that leadoff hitter, and he did that.
Kelly to his right now charges and gets his man, and Matt Holliday will pinch hit with 2 outs and the base is empty.
I don't know about you, but personally I'd rather see him here than in the 9th with runners aboard.
Yeah. Well, we already have seen the Cardinals hit 3 pinch hit home runs in this series.
Yeah, I understand it, but if he does, all he can do here is tie it.
That's low for Matt Holliday. Little flare. High bar going out. Stubs coming in, and the ball drops. So a bloop hit for Matt Holliday. Every time the Cardinals bring on a pinch hitter, they get on base, it seems.
And especially in a 1-run ball game, 2 outs in the 8th inning, the outfield is going to be playing deep to prevent an extra base hit. So it's a little easier to dunk one in. A little Ric Flair to center.
Boo. So here's your point about Matt Carpenter. He bats first on the lineup card, but here he is with 28 home runs last year with a chance to turn the game around with 1 swing of the bat. Carpenter's been quieted to this point. He's 0 for 3 and has been hit by a pitch. And he was late.
Warmed him up with a fastball. Good one.
and Carpenter got hit by a pitch
again.
So that really hurts, figuratively and literally, because now Holiday is in scoring position with 2 outs, and a single might score him.
Right on the back of the arm. And here's where the Braves and their one left-handed bullpen comes into play. No other choice down there to bring in the pitch to Hazelbaker. Again, the infield defense on alert. Got to knock the ball down.
A shot to right past Freeman, base hit. Here comes Holiday around third. Markakis' throw is on line but late. And with 2 outs, the Cardinals cash in 2 singles and a hit batsman to tie it at 6 in the 8th.
Tell you what, this kid's not going anywhere. He's no kid anymore. But he has been so impressive in this series that I think he's found a nice spot on Mike Matheny's team, delivering like this.
The Braves have issued 6 walks and have hit 3 Cardinal batters today. And St. Louis off the deck in the 8th inning with 2 outs, ties the game 6 apiece. And here's Piscotty. Go ahead run 90 feet away. And a bouncing ball through an open hole right side for a hit. Carpenter scores. Hazelbaker easily into third base. St. Louis leads 7-6.
Johnson thought he got a ground ball out to get out of the inning, turned around and then realized that the infield had shifted for Piscotty right where Kelly Johnson would normally be positioned.
And that's the danger of a shift. So the Cardinals, with a hit batsman and 2 singles, make that 3 singles after 2 are out, have taken the lead. And Brandon Moss is the batter. We mentioned it earlier. This is game number 5 for Atlanta. In 3 of the first 4 losses, the Braves led after the 7th inning. They let a 1-run lead get away here in the 8th today. One ball, 1 strike. Now time called. Kelly Johnson is looking into the dugout, needs some sunglasses.
Sun keeps peeking through, and he didn't want to wait too long.
Moss didn't get it. A ball and 2 strikes. Looking ahead to the Braves' 8th. Stubs, Beckham, and Ibar, the first 3 scheduled. But you're in a place you don't want to be. That's deep into the Cardinals bullpen, trailing in the game late. And that's about as late a swing as you can have and make contact. Looks like Jonathan Broxton will be the next Cardinal pitcher.
He was trying to guard the plate, but also maybe thinking about trying to hit one through the left side.
Flowers knocked it down, but couldn't keep it close enough to keep Piscotty at first base. Wild pitch.
Second one of those today. Nice stop though by Flowers to save a run. And on a breaking ball too.
Breaking ball ends the at-bat of Brandon Moss, but the Cardinals, with some two-out magic, string together 3 singles and a hit batsman to take the lead. Is set to lead off the Atlanta 8th. Drew's had a solid day today at the plate, and he turns in today's Toyota key play.
Boy, it was too. He squared up that fastball down the middle and right over the center field fence to tie the game at a point in time where the Braves were trailing 4-1. That was a huge blow.
And so a Georgia boy, Jonathan Broxton, 6'4", 285, born in Augusta, Georgia. Lives in Waynesboro now. Came over from the Brewers at the trading deadline last year and did good work for the Cardinals and their bullpen.
Yeah, 2.66 ERA in 26 games.
Remember Broxton from the Dodgers too, and he delivers a quick strike to Stubs.
Broxton still throws hard. Mid-90s with a slider.
Took one of the inside corner. 1 for 4 is he against Broxton in his career. And that stays high. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Trevor Rosenthal is the Cardinal closer. If Broxton gets through this inning, almost certainly we'll see him in the 9th.
Stubs able to lay off that 95 heater up around shoulder high. So if he comes back with a slider, he made a good pitch on the inside corner 2 pitches ago with it.
And that was sinking out of sight. Stubs couldn't lay off. He strikes out for the 2nd time, and Broxton gets the first he faces in the 8th inning. 1 down. Here's Gordon Beckham.
It's 4 of the last 5 hitters their bullpen has struck out. looked outstanding.
Sure did.
Too.
It's uncanny, though, Joe, that in 4 of the first 5 Braves games, they've surrendered a lead in the 7th inning or later. Coincidentally, the Braves haven't had hardly any offense at all from the 6th inning on in those first 5 games. That is a real bad combination. They haven't been able to add on.
Bad recipe. Yeah.
Gordon looks for his first career hit against the big Cardinal right-hander. Jonathan will turn 32 in mid-June. Broke in with the Dodgers. Had a big year in 2009 for LA. Saved 36 games for Los Angeles. 118 career saves. His last came in 2014 while he was pitching for the Reds. One and 2 for Beckham. And low. Didn't realize this about Broxton. Last 9 years, he's pitched in 526 games. That's the 10th most number of games among all major league pitchers in that stretch.
Well, he's a big, strong guy.
66 games last year. 95-mile-an-hour fastball drilled out of play.
Seems to me that there was a time a few years ago where his bio had him listed right at 300 pounds. And you say, well, what's the difference? 285, 300. Well, there's a lot of difference if you ought to be carrying about 280 or 285. And he looks better. He looks
good.
He does look good.
Good eye by Beckham. That fills up the count. Jonathan's pitched with the Dodgers, the Royals, the Reds, the Brewers, and now is pitching with the Cardinals. He's had some right elbow issues in his career. That was 3 years ago. No sign of trouble today, though, as Beckham draws a walk and represents the tying run. All help appreciated. Broxton issues a 1-out pass, and Eric Ibar is coming up.
That's 6 walks today by the Cardinals pitchers, but no walks have scored.
It's funny, everybody talks about, hey, we're so excited to start the season. Let's get going. Games count. They play for real. It's almost like both teams this series have had a whole lot of cobwebs that they're still trying to shake off here in Atlanta. It has not been real crisp baseball by and large.
Agreed. And as I said last night, and as I've said 100 times, with respect to the lack of defense really on both teams' parts last night, they both made 3 errors. Your team never looks worse than when it's playing bad defensively, but all these walks have contributed to some of that.
Runner goes. Pitch sliced foul out of play. Even count Ibar. Good idea by Freddie Gonzalez.
Yeah, I like it. And a good hit and run guy at the plate to do it with.
Markakis on deck. The Braves would love to bring him up with a couple of guys on. He's had a gigantic day at the plate. 3 doubles for Nick. One ball, 2 strikes.
Got a guy on deck who's had a great day too. Love to get them both on base in front of Nick Markakis, who has 3 doubles today.
That's high. 23,000 in attendance today. I believe I heard Adrian say 23,214. And that is the turnstile count for the wrap up with the Cardinals. Braves are back home on Tuesday, April 19th. The Dodgers make their lone trip to Atlanta. Dodgers, Mets, and Red Sox for an 8-game homestand.
Kind of an odd threesome, isn't it?
Yeah. And if I may get on my soapbox for a moment, I really hate the 2-game series, especially for the Braves, who will play a night game with the Red Sox, fly to Boston after the game, play 2 against Boston at Fenway Park, including a night game Thursday, and then we fly to Chicago for a day game Friday.
At Wrigley Field.
Makes no sense.
No.
Ibar making Broxton work overtime here. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And he missed. Sometimes that pitcher takes a look at the man in the on deck circle and forgets about who he's facing in the box. Beckham was running early in the count. Would Freddie Gonzalez send him here 3-2 with 1 out? Let's see. Good lead. And time called. Wind picking up. See the uniform pants rippling on Ibar at the plate.
Cardinals have another left-hander in their bullpen, Tyler Lyons, in case Nick comes to the plate here. And hopefully he will with 2 on.
Beckham leads. Broxton stretches. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Gordon's going. Pitch. Bounced foul. We'll do it again. Not a bad idea by Broxton.
Just pretty obvious that Molina knows he's going and is leaning a little bit on that one. Let's see if that influences what Yachty calls here with respect. I mean, he's probably going to call for a fastball anyway, but probably wants something away to try to get a strike him out, throw him out.
Beckham takes off. And a ground ball through the vacant hole on the left side. Beautiful hitting. And the Braves have him 1st and 3rd with 1 out.
Great at bat. Braves tried a hit and run early in that sequence, and it was fouled off. And you could see Molina there at the bottom of the screen, his reaction. With Garcia covering, that ball delivered right through the hole. Otherwise, if everybody's sitting still, it's probably an easy double play ball.
And isn't it funny how many times a late inning walk comes back to cause big problems? That's the fate of Broxton, who now has the tying run 90 feet away. The go-ahead run at first. And a hot-hitting Nick Markakis in the batter's box, who is today's Yellowwood bringing the lumber feature.
He ought to have 4 doubles. Started the game his first at bat with a double over the head of Hazel Baker that produced the Braves' first run. Drilled one to right center and hit this one over the head of Hazelbaker, who was then in left field for a ground rule double. Piscotty made a great play on him in right field. His second at bat today to rob him of extra bases. He's locked in, and no sign of the left-handed reliever.
So it's Broxton's game at the moment. Markakis in his career is 1 for 4 against Jonathan Broxton. And that missed up and away. Got Freddie Freeman on deck as well.
Nick's been aggressive early in the count today, and that may be why Molina wanted an off-speed pitch to start.
Belt, a strike.
As a hitter, you naturally want a base hit and keep the inning going. Maybe go first to third, tie the game up, but at the very least you want something that you can drive out of the infield, and at worst case scenario hit a fly ball that allows Beckham to tag and score.
Ibar with a good lead at first. 2 balls and a strike. Cute foul toward the Cardinal dugout. Now it's 2-2.
Took a little off that pitch. That may have been like a split or a backdoor slider. He might have done Broxton a favor there.
Full count.
Got Freeman on deck. This presents an interesting decision for Freddie Freeman, or Freddie Gonzalez. Does he send Ibar in an effort to try to stay out of a potential double play if the ball's hit on the ground, or play it safe in case there's a strikeout and give Freeman a chance to tie it up?
Well, Nick didn't strike out much at all last year, just 83 times and over 600 at bats. Let's see what happens. Ibar is running. Pitch. Full foul. See, I like that. I mean, this is as we said earlier, a Braves team that isn't going to hit a lot of home runs. Stubbs' blast today notwithstanding. Why not force the issue? Why not put some pressure on their defense?
Exactly.
You saw what happened with the hit and run play a moment ago.
Exactly. You might push some people out of position, and it definitely puts pressure on the defense to make a play. As a hitter, though, you want to know that the guy's running. That's got to be in your head, that you know he's going, and anything close, put it in play.
Infield creeps in now for the Cardinals with a 3-2 count. Again, Ibar leads and goes. The pitch is strike 3 over the outside corner, and Markakis can't believe it. You almost never see Nick react like that. So instead of the bases loaded and 1 out, Markakis called out on strikes, and Freddie Freeman's the batter.
Back door. Pitch number 7. Off the plate. Not a good call. Nick had every right to argue. And the Cardinals had no intentions of making a play on Ibar running. Nobody moved. They were going to concede the base to him.
And now what really hurts is you don't have a chance for Freddie Freeman to swing the bat. They're going to walk him intentionally. And Jeff Francoeur is going to be the man of the hour in the on deck circle with 2 outs and the bases loaded. He'll bat for Jim Johnson.
And remember, the Braves are playing a man short today by disabling Inciarte. They don't have a replacement here and won't have until tomorrow.
Yeah, they're down to a precious few players on the bench. I think AJ might be the last guy. He's your backup catcher. And in the National, well, either league, you often see that catcher waste away on the bench because if there's an injury, then what do you do? So Mike Matheny is going to go to home plate umpire Mark Wagner, and we'll have a couple of changes for St. Louis.
Well, they're rotating a lot of guys. I think Carpenter's going to first. Diaz is coming into the game to play short, and Garcia will go to third.
Well, spring training was just a week ago or so. Mike Matheny still has his lineup card in play. We'll tell you about all the changes when we return in a moment. Braves in the 8th inning with 2 outs as Trevor Rosenthal, the Cardinal closer, will try to save the game for the moment here in the 8th inning.
He picked up a save here a couple of nights ago. His first of the year. Faced 3 batters, struck out 2, but did not face Jeff Francoeur, nor has he ever faced him.
(7-6) St. Louis. Aledmus Diaz is in to play shortstop for St. Louis. Carpenter, the first baseman. Garcia now at third with 2 outs. And a strike outside corner, 0-1.
Mid to upper 90s fastball for Rosenthal. Good changeup too, but he can bring it.
Right there at the knees, nasty. Rosenthal saved 48 games last year. And it's 0-2. Jeff didn't chase that one and lives to see another pitch. Beckham at third. Ibar at second. Freeman at first. 2 out. 8th inning. And the inning is over. Jonathan Broxton made it interesting, but Rosenthal puts out the fire, and we're headed to the 9th. Third in the 8th inning, then bases loaded, 2 outs, but could not bring home the tying run. Join us after our game for Braves Live, presented by Xfinity. Jerome Jurinovich, Matt Diaz will have plenty to talk about on this beautiful Sunday in Atlanta. It's 7-6 St. Louis, and Jose Ramirez will pitch in back-to-back games for the Braves. Big story out there is Daniel Winkler hurt his elbow, we believe, in the 7th inning and had to depart. And Ramirez will try to keep it right there and give the Braves a chance in the bottom of the ninth.
He worked an inning last night, gave up a couple of hits and a walk and a run, struck out a batter, but he has a job right now that's pretty simple to define. Hold him right there. Braves left him loaded. They got a gift strikeout of Markakis that helped end that inning for St. Louis.
That's a huge call. If that wasn't strike 3, instead ball 4, you'd have the bases loaded for Freeman. Didn't work out that way now as Randall Grichuk leads things off. Grichuk has had the strikeout ball working in the early days of the season, but he's walked twice today and has scored a run. And nearly got hit. Three in the same spot. Braves acquired Ramirez from the Mariners for Ryan Harper on December 4th, 2015. And 4 straight earns Grichuk his 3rd walk of the day. Can't give him any more, not with Rosenthal out there. Braves have issued 7 walks and have hit 3 batters today.
Grichuk can run a little bit too. Swiped a base here last night.
Got a pretty good lead over there at first. And Molina was late. Good live fastball at 94 miles an hour. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Like he clipped Flowers on the backswing.
Pop straight back into the seats.
Double checking, it wasn't Grichuk who stole that base, it was Hazelbaker that I confused.
And I'm with you. I want to call him Laserbaker the whole time. So if it happens. 1 ball, 2 strikes, runner goes, and Molina rips it toward the gap in left. That's going to get down. Oliveira got to it, and the throw right to the center of the diamond, and Molina all the way into second with a double, and the Cardinals are in business. Second and third, nobody out. Molina's 2nd hit of the series and 1st today.
Got a pitch up. I believe it was a hit and run. He was able to level off on it. Tomahawked it a little bit. First ball he's pulled in this series, just in an effort to protect the runner, and wound up at second base when Oliveira overthrew everybody getting it in. Can't give him any more.
A strike to Colton Wong. Wong has reached base in every game for the Cardinals this year. That streak is in jeopardy here in the ninth. He's 0 for 4 with a strikeout. Infield is in. And he couldn't check his swing. And Flowers might have been crossed up. Shadows creeping out across home plate too. That is not a comfortable feeling if you're behind the plate and your pitcher throws something you're not expecting.
Well, and 2 ahead in the count. You don't want to make a mistake here. They need the interpreter Ibar to come out and help out.
Yeah, we learned something about that. Speaking of the interpreters, the Cardinals have O out of their bullpen, and none of the Cardinal uniform personnel speak Japanese or Korean, so they had the interpreter go out in a game. As that one's cut on and missed. Good sequence from Ramirez for the first out. The interpreter went out because Yadier Molina needed to say something to him. The interpreter went out without the pitching coach, without Mike Matheny, and was talking to him. And the Cardinals later learned that that counts as an official visit if the interpreter goes to the mound, not just a pitching coach or manager.
Yeah, who's to say he's not going out there conveying something from the manager?
So Greg Garcia is the batter after the strikeout of Wong. Braves will walk him intentionally. And Ledmus Diaz will be the hitter.
Which is the right thing to do to try to get out of this inning and avoid giving up any runs, provided the Braves can get a ground ball and turn a double play. But it also puts a heavy weight on a young pitcher to throw strikes. And this is one of the 3 pinch hit homers the Cardinals hit on Friday night. Ledmus Diaz.
A Major League record, St. Louis 3 pinch hit homers in the same game. A team that had 4 pinch hit homers as a club all year last year. And as Joe said, best line of the year. Mike Matheny's your early candidate for manager of the year after he pushed all the right buttons, unfortunately for the Redbirds. And high, ball 2. Can't walk him. No place to put Ledmus Diaz, native of Cuba, whom the Cardinals signed to a 4-year contract. He's 25 out of Santa Clara, Cuba. Launched foul.
I believe Santa Clara is where Livan Hernandez was from.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Diane Viciedo and Leonis Martin were teammates of his in Cuba. That's popped out of play, foul. And we just heard word from Brian Woodrum, our producer. Brad Hange, the Braves media relations man, says that Daniel Winkler is out with a fractured right elbow. And he is out indefinitely. Reminds me of the Gavin Floyd injury. Remember when Gavin Floyd broke the tip of his elbow pitching in Washington?
Right. You know what? I'm going to take that as a positive.
Instead of the ligament?
Yeah.
2-2 pitch driven to deep right. Markakis on a sprint. Still going over his head and up against the wall. Grichuk scores. Molina scores. Garcia to third, and the secret weapon, Ledmus Diaz, doubles home 2 in the St. Louis ninth. It's 9-6.
That spot in the order has been a house of horrors for the Braves this entire series. Remember, Martinez last night drove in a couple of runs. Today, Holiday with 2 outs drops that pinch hit bloop single in left. They got their 2-run 8th inning going.
Yep. And a drive by Matt Carpenter deep right. Markakis on the run, turns. That one is gone. A 3-run homer. In the blink of an eye, the Cardinals have scored 5 runs in the 9th inning. They've scored 7 runs in the 8th and 9th.
Looked like it might have bounced right off the top of the fence, too. But like I said earlier, he's a run producer after the 1st inning.
Wow. First homer for Carpenter. Cardinals have hit 2 3-run homers today. And St. Louis, after an 0-3 start in Pittsburgh, panic in the streets of the Gateway City. Cardinals have come to Atlanta and have scored 31 runs in 3 games. Swing and a miss by Hazelbaker, 1-2. So barring a 9th inning rally again by the Braves, Atlanta staring Scherzer, Gonzalez, Strasburg, and Roark in the face in Washington. Rolled foul and out of play. Swing and a miss. Hazelbaker down on strikes. And that's the 2nd strikeout for Ramirez.
Back to Winkler. My comment a minute ago was only that if it's not the ligament, then maybe it's something that he can bounce back from quicker, sooner. Yes. So that's why I'm saying I'll take that as a positive report and hope that it is something that he can bounce back from right away. Maybe it's something similar to A.J. Pollock, what he suffered.
Yeah. And the only, and I don't know which bone it was in the elbow. Gavin Floyd's was the tip of his elbow.
Right.
And the really sad part about Gavin Floyd, he was pitching just like Winkler.
He was pitching great.
He had come on. He pitched, I think it was 7-8 inning game, I think, in Washington, and then threw 1 pitch. And that bone at the tip of his elbow has a funny name. I can't remember it. And that was it for Gavin Floyd with the Braves. And so I agree with you. If it's not the ligament and it's a bone, I would assume, not being a doctor, that that's the best possible news. But that doesn't minimize how sad that is to see a young player who's worked so hard to get back into top pitching form go down in an eyelash like he did. And that's high. And Ramirez is going to have to finish off this game. The Braves are short on the bench. They're short in their bullpen. They're going to have to make a bevy of roster moves, I would assume, after this game in time for the affair tomorrow. As Trevor Rosenthal, the Cardinal closer, is the 9th man to hit in the inning.
Well, I guess silver lining is the Gwinnett Club was in Norfolk. That's not far away from D.C.
1 ball, 1 strike. Reds beat the Pirates again. How about Cincinnati? Supposedly with no pitching. They're now 5-1. They beat Pittsburgh. The Reds, the team that gave Pittsburgh all kinds of fits last year in the National League Central. Phillies beat Matt Harvey and the Mets 5-2. Washington 4-2 beat Miami. Brewers beating Houston 3-2 in the 9th. Wild one in San Francisco. Dodgers 5, Giants 5. That was Johnny Cueto against Scott Kazmir.
Meanwhile, Ramirez is just trying to throw the ball over the plate to the closer for the Cardinals, Trevor Rosenthal. And if you thought that, well, maybe Ramirez wasn't ready to be here, well, he's out of options. If you send him back, you run the risk of somebody claiming him, and he does have a live arm, as we keep saying.
Three and 2. And Rosenthal takes strike 3. He wanted to go to first base. Look at it. Relief pitchers don't get to hit too often in National League play. Big 9th for the Cardinals.
For your Xfinity game break, taking a look at the NL East, the Phillies over at the Mets at Citi Field. Phillies outfielder Odubel Herrera with a 2-run shot into 6th off of the Mets starter Matt Herrera, and the Phillies win 5-2. They take the series 2-1.
All right, Kelsey, thank you very much. Phillies now 2-4 on the year. They got a great start from Vince Velasquez yesterday. Won that game 1-0 on a Ryan Howard home run. And today they go to New York in the bright sunshine at Citi Field and take 2 out of 3 from the defending National League champions.
So the Phillies have gotten on track. Braves are up next.
As Hector Olivera leads off the Atlanta 9th. Olivera, Flowers, and then Kelly Johnson.
Minnesota's trying to pick up their first win today, tied with Kansas City in the 10th.
Yeah, that's a little surprising. Minnesota 0-5 this year. And a shot to right. That'll be a one-hopper and a hit for Olivera. Good day for Hector at the plate. 2 hits, a run, and an RBI.
Surprising for the Twins, only since they're 0-5, but they had the Orioles and now the Royals.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
Just makes you wonder how different this game might have been had Nick Markakis walked like he should have.
Yeah, Tyler Flowers, great article on Tyler Flowers and his approach behind the plate as a catcher. Framing pitches. He doesn't like to use the term framing because that gives the connotation you're trying to fool the umpire. But he really believes that as a catcher, his job is to beat the ball to a certain spot with his glove. And that is what allows a pitch to be framed properly or put in its best possible position for the umpire. And in that article, he talked about the importance of how one pitch in a game where we've seen so many can make a huge difference. That strike three call to Nick Markakis is a perfect example of how one pitch very well has impacted the late innings today.
Yeah, and looking at that pitch, watching that replay, I don't think Molina tried to bring it back. I don't think he tried to make it look better than it was. I think he just received it where it was thrown and got the call.
And that is an art. I mean, you see catchers, young catchers especially, try to snatch the ball back into the strike zone.
Right.
Well, the umpire sees that movement, and it's a dead giveaway that it's not a strike.
Braves have 10 hits today, though. Chip, that's a good sign, you know, and put some pressure on the Cardinals after St. Louis came back to take the lead in the 8th inning. Braves could have just laid down. They'd already come back twice today, but they didn't.
One ball, one strike for Kelly Johnson. And that's taken downstairs. 2-1 your count. Bud Norris, Max Scherzer in Washington tomorrow night. Ground ball right side off the glove of Colton Wong. And all hands are safe for Atlanta. Heading for third is Oliveira. He's in standing up, and the Braves mounting a 9th inning rally. First and third with one away.
He robbed Kelly of a base hit in the 7th inning. Couldn't make it stick in his glove this time. A little top spin on that grounder. Good effort. And when the ball skipped away, Oliveira hustled to third.
A walk, 2 strikeouts for Drew Stubs today. But the happy stat, a long 3-run homer to straightaway center. And strike one. Hearing a favorable weather forecast in Washington tomorrow. I've heard it's going to be in the low 70s.
Oh, okay.
Which is nice.
Dry?
As far as I know, yeah.
That was the question mark.
Yeah.
It was supposed to rain.
Joe and I will start our anti-altitude sickness regimen on the plane ride up to Washington. First game is at Nationals Park. And that's headed for the seats and out of play. 0-2 for Stubs.
Still a little rain in the forecast. Monday and Tuesday.
He went around. Drew Stubs out on a check swing. That's the 3rd strikeout for Rosenthal. And Atlanta's down to its last out. Gordon Beckham's first Braves hit was a double in the 6th inning. He later scored. And that gave the Braves a 1-run lead. But 7 St. Louis runs combined in the 8th and 9th. Defensive indifference. Kelly Johnson takes second. Bad weather in Chicago today. Cleveland and the White Sox postponed. Baltimore beat Tampa Bay. And they're in the bottom of the 10th inning. Twins and Royals tied 3-3. 3 balls, no strikes for Gordon Beckham. It's in for a strike.
Just a 98-mile-an-hour get over 3-0 fastball.
That's taken low. Beckham walks. I've seen enough walks for a lifetime in this series.
No kidding.
The Braves and Cardinals have combined to issue 18 walks in today's game. Here's Ibar, bases loaded. Braves look like they're in business in the 8th. Had them first and third with one out against Broxton. But that questionable strike 3 call that erased Nick Markakis and took the Braves out of a bases loaded 1-out situation. Then allowed the Cardinals to walk Freddie Freeman intentionally. The Braves down to just 2 bench players left. Backup catcher A.J. Przinsky today, and right-hand hitting Jeff Francoeur. Well, the Braves went with Francoeur. They brought in Rosenthal, and righty against righty, that's a very difficult challenge. And Rosenthal struck out Francoeur to end the Braves' threat.
He's mounting up his pitch count here at a time where they had expanded the lead, and Matheny thought he could just run him out there for an inning and get through it and go home. But they do have their home opener tomorrow night, and he's up to 25 pitches. 25.
And he's behind Ibar. 2 balls and a strike. Bouncing ball right side. Wong boots it, and all hands are safe. Boy, the Cardinal defense in the first week of the season has been absolutely atrocious. And when Mike Matheny was asked about yesterday's game for the Cardinals, someone asked about the St. Louis defensive play, and they said Matheny, jaw clenched, said it will get better.
Well, it's been brutal. That's their 10th error of the season in their 6th game. We hadn't had one of those today. Had everything else.
Yeah. Well, let's see if Nick can get a redeemer here. Swing and a miss. And Nick is as mild-mannered as they come. And when that strike 3 called was made, he turned around immediately at Mark Wegner and said that wasn't a strike. And Fox track showed that it was well off the plate outside to the Braves left-hand hitting outfielder. But keep the line moving. Got Freeman on deck. And a 12-7 game.
Well, remember in the top of the inning when I said the job was to hold him right there?
Yeah.
That's the significance of that. We're seeing the significance of that. Had the Braves been able to throw a 0 up there.
1 ball, 2 strikes in the 9th. And that one at the knees. No argument from Markakis that time. And the St. Louis Cardinals came to Atlanta and have completed a 3-game sweep. They scored 31 runs in the 3 games here in Atlanta, including back-to-back games with a very dirty dozen. 12-7 the final. Joe and I will recap it from Turner Field after this.
Hey,